Hey, Yoko.
Hippie Nation, what's going on, man? How we doing, everybody? Yep, no intro. Oh, well, this is the intro. Alright, so how is everybody doing today? And welcome back, Rocketeers, for episode 11 of our modded Kerbal Space Program career, utilizing UnKerbaled Start, where we launch with Kerbals, or we launch with probes, rather, before Kerbals. In fact, we haven't even put a Kerbal into space yet. We have built, obviously, lots of airplanes and whatnot, but we have yet to put a Kerbal into space. We've been to space, just not with a Kerbal. Alright, so let's get stuck in here. Also, I did update the mod list because I did add a couple more mods. One of them being Alpha Mensei's launch pads, because it's Alpha Mensei's launch pads. And the other is a pair of mods that add IVAs, or better IVAs for Airplane Plus. Hippie, you're on a vacation in the Grand Canaries? Hippie, if you're on vacation...
Why are you watching me?
Oh, look at that sunrise. Alright, so last time we put up a ScanSat probe into a polar orbit around Moon, which knocked out some contracts. Right, wow, it's already scanned 55% of the Moon. 55 for the low resolution altimetry, and 59% for the biomes. Wow, if I warp a day... That's the morning. Let's warp one extra day here, just because we can. That didn't update. That's interesting. Need to kill some time until dinner at the hotel? Okay, I'll accept that. Oh, that's right. We have a contract to launch a new satellite. It doesn't have anything specific about of anything being on board. It just needs... Let's double check that for sure. It just says launch a satellite into a specific orbit. This is for ass. The Astronomical Survey Society, or ASS. So this is gonna be ASSAT 1. You did some hikes and watched the sunset, not much to do at the moment. Hey, I'll accept it. I find it funny, though, that that agency's acronym is ASS. Adolescent humor at its finest. Oh, wait, we need to go to the tech tree real quick. I mean, well, the tech tree, but R&D building. I gotta switch gears. My mind is still in Star Citizen mode. Oh yes, I forgot how much science this actually takes. really want fuel systems and we're so close. We won't be if I do that. We don't need that just yet. It'd be nice. But I don't want to spend that science. We're so close to 90 science. We really are. In fact, I'm gonna work one more day. $58 and $62. All right, that'll take several days to finish that up. All right, then trying to think of what else we can do to get that science. I mean, I think we've milked everything. From nearby. Well, let's double check. Let's milk some more. Let's squeeze some more out of it. Hildebrandt! What's going on, my friend? Besides, we get to fly our awesome helicopter. With its new EVA. Alright, so we're gonna let Gimbal fly this. By the way, let me know if the noise and everything is too loud. Because I for whatever reason, the music in Kerbal, I have to really crank the volume in OBS in order for it to come through on the stream. You know, compared to every other game. Who are we milking? I do keep coming in at such awkward moments. Yes. We're gonna milk. We're gonna milk out all the local science. And the local biome, science from local biomes. Oh, it's Friday. I'm in one of those moods. Besides, for whatever reason, I really like flying this thing. It doesn't look like I make much of a farmer? No, I wouldn't. I mean, come on. How many people do you know of that have actually milked a cow? Have you ever milked a cow? Food. Thank you. Hi, dog. Come here, dog. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Okay, that is, the sound effects are really loud. Hippie, you did? Hildebrandt, and survived? None. Oh, where are you going? Stop. Hey, where? Oh. Thank you. Dog. Come here, dog. Dog. Come here, dog. So, I just got handed a plate of food, and it came with a dog. And she is right down there, but you probably won't be able to see her because it's just so, she's so dark. It's funny, it's actually not dark in that corner. It's just it's so bright with the lights for streaming that it looks dark for the camera. Yeah, Hildebrandt, you'd be stupid enough to try and milk a bull. Thank you for that mental image. Okay, when I start this up, let me know if it's too noisy. Alright, is that too noisy for the stream? To me, that seems really noisy. Alright, let me be more specific. Okay, sound is okay? Okay. Thank you. Hildebrand, yeah. I have to just do it manually over here. Hey, Chief. Because the main throttle is the collective for the main rotor. I have to use the throttle I have to do over here independently. MGB, you just don't land that hard. I mean, it's a propeller. That's why the down-facing, it's to protect the propeller. I'd rather lose that than that. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna fly over the grasslands, the highlands, and the mountains, and just milk every bit of science we can get. Overcorrected there a little bit. There we go. Right now, the disc is doing nothing. So we won't need this for the fly to the grasslands. What's up, man? Wear it like a badge of honor. I've been banned from streams before for just asking a question. And it like wasn't rude or anything, it just like whatever. Without the pusher prop, this doesn't fly very quickly. Quirt, you could have been banned by accident. They may have meant to ban someone else, but accidentally click your name, especially if chat was moving really quickly. I'm gonna go to 50% throttle on the pusher prop. Okay, well. I guess he got the right quirt then. Alright, we're gonna land it here. Alright, it's a little bit harder than I wanted to come down, but... Alright, nothing to be had from those. .8 science there, we'll take it. What about the goo? .1, we'll take it. And... magnetometer, anything? Nope. Alright, Filton, you're gonna have to EVA here, buddy. Nope. Surface sample, 0.3. Alright, take that. I need you to go reset these. So, let's hope you can get back in. Because I forgot to put ladders on there. Around the front. I don't want to get chopped into hamburger meat. Oh, come on, man. You had it, buddy. Come on, you had it. Oh, why do you keep falling off? Alright, fine. I'll put you there. Oh, also, check out the snazzy... so this is one of the things I installed. That's it. I don't remember if you can do that, actually. No, it won't let me transfer them. That's alright, he'll be fine back there as long as we don't go too high altitude. Alright. Now let's fly off to the Highlands. When we get above, we get above 240 knots, she gets a little squirrely. Atmospheric autopilot is not exactly sure what to do with this thing. Oh, and we're in the Highlands anyway. I got us down. All right, 0.2 science from there. 0.1 from there. We're milking everything, baby. What the? All right, combat roll. We got 4.5 science from this. We have not done a surface sample from over here before. That's good to know. I'm gonna drop a quick save. All right, so now we're gonna fly up to the mountains. Hilton is not happy about being in there. That's a big storm brewing back there. Scientific, just because I can get him out easier. When I was in the Army, dude, we never flew doors closed. Ever. Didn't matter how cold it was. We flew doors open. Approaching max altitude, and it still has us in highlands. I can't really fly much higher than this. Scientific, it does not surprise me, dude. Pancake! The stream needs more chubby blast. Alright, let's fly over here and see if that gives us mountains. Come on. Atmospheric autopilot is really struggling with this thing. But you have to remember, Scientific, some people, they have so much money that like 10 grand's like pocket change. And do you think Elon Musk would notice? Even if he dropped 100 grand on something, do you think he'd even notice? I mean, like some people have like a ridiculous amount of money. Hi, Delta Dog, come here. Delta, come. One second. All right, let me turn that down real quick. I get somebody really is dying to say hi. Here, she's right here. What bite of my sandwich? What if I want my sandwich? What was Murasaki's note? Oh, that's awesome, actually. From an old man so young kids can maybe dream of something big. Please make it awesome. Where the hell is the mountain biome without pulling up a biome map? Come on. Alright, you're killing me here, man. Delta, it's okay, come here. I think Delta, I think she's thinking I'm talking to her when I'm streaming. There we go. Are you settled in now? I need 8. Uh-oh. Yeah, don't do that. Alright, we just gotta get this thing to the mountain biome. Yep, and put your helmet on just in case. Because we are getting fairly high in altitude. I guess you don't really need it, now that I'm thinking about it. We're still at 80% atmosphere, so you're good. I'm really having to fight atmospheric autopilot. It's only you have to turn it off and turn it back on. I can fly this manually, it's just a pain in the ass. Because you need so many control inputs. I mean, we are flying at over 200 knots. And we are... Oh, there's a mountain biome. Okay. I pressed the wrong button, but we're down and safe. And we're also, as I said, the other reason this is kind of tricky to control right now is we're near max altitude. Helicopters don't like flying at max altitude. All right, leave seat and fall out because, yep. All right, 0.3 on the surface sample. Observe the mystery goo. 0.3. I guess I really could have done this from the other side. 0.8 there. Okay, where's store experiments? There we go. Also, if you've ever ridden a helicopter with the doors open, never, ever, ever sit in the back row facing forward. Don't do it. That's where the rotor wash goes. Alright, so now we can fly home. Because we've now milked all the science we're going to get out of this. Come on. Stop fighting me. It really doesn't like flying this fast. And SAS makes it even harder. It's easier to fly manually. I wanted atmospheric autopilot because it kind of auto trims. Except it keeps wanting to lock me into a roll. Or at least a partial roll, one way or another. We're not gonna go that. We're actually descending now, so, but yes. I was keeping track of our atmospheric pressure. We're still at 80% atmosphere. I don't think they die until like 40%. Or less, maybe. Good lord, dude. Don't do that. We were doing over 200 or almost 300 knots. I hit the wrong button. Okay, we made it back. Boy, is that thing noisy. It is cool as shit, though. Is this not one of the coolest aircraft you've seen in Kerbal? I like it. Okay, so let's recover that because we brought back some science. How much do we bring back? You want some X50 rotors for your Buffalo too? Yeah, the good thing about counter-rotating blades or rotors like that is they cancel out each other's torque, right? Making it much, and you can kind of break one set from the other slightly in order to be able to get your rotation. 7.4 science is what we brought back. We didn't get enough milk. We still need 5.3 more science. Andrew, what's the X50 then? Because like the Raider X or the S97 Raider X and the other one, the Defiant, they don't do that. Thrusters at the rotor tips of spin is a bad idea. I know it's been done, but it's a bad idea. That's how I used to make helicopters way back in the day in Kerbal. Right, you install the jet engines on the rotor tips to get them to keep spinning. Problem was you have to keep flipping back and forth between two different craft because you'd basically have to disengage it. They're just by the parts. They're locked in, but the rotor is actually a separate vessel from the helicopter itself. That's how you used to actually make helicopters back in the day. This is using a mod like Airplane Plus so much easier. Trix! What's going on, Trix? How you doing today? Oh, that thing. Okay. I see I know what that is now. It's still powered by a normal turbine engine, but it's using bleed air to spin the rotors. Interesting. Doing excellent. It's the weekend after all. Nice. Okay, yeah, it's very much like the 6-day helo. Okay, 6 science. Where can we milk out 6 more science? I mean, we already have the experiments running. We just need to wait. Alright, so we did that day. We can warp another day. Come here, Delta. Delta, come here. Delta, come here. Come here, mamas. You were just not relaxing today, huh? I didn't have a chance to take her to the park this morning, so she doesn't know what to do with herself. She doesn't know how to be a dog. Huh. Huh. Oh. Alright. If I come over here. I'll do a bite. Up. Making her work for it. But man, how dark is that dog? And here, I won't even make you do tricks for that one. There you go. Good girl. So Tricks, have you been checking out? Have you looked at IAE yet? Or gone the Nick system in Star Citizen? Oh man, look at this. Look at these clouds, dude. I love these clouds. Okay, we need milk. Now, Trix, it's been a while for me. We looked at it yesterday because IEE is going on. The Perseus is pretty cool, man. That's a pretty cool ship. Right? And they haven't really shown it off yet, but they have it on display, is the Drake Clipper, which is very much a Star Wars ship. I mean, it's basically the Razor Crest with a different wing and engine setup. Where? You like it? I like it too. Is there anywhere for our science van? Anywhere for a science van to go for 6 science that we have not sent it? Hazer's Prize Airstrip. Alright. The craft is too big. Okay, we can't go. Some of these we can't actually launch from. A Rash Airstrip. Nope. Because these are basically landing and refueling sites only. Alright, fold and view. You gonna go fly Sweden? Okay, I haven't fully upgraded the VAB yet, so there might be a little bit around there, yeah. And Trix, I took inspiration from the S97 Raider for that design. Yep, this is just grasslands, but dude, look at that. Look at the sky. So beautiful. All right, well, shit. That won't get us any science. And gee, I don't know if that's sun up or sundown. It's dawn or dusk. I just didn't look at the nav ball to see what direction that is in. But it's dawn or dusk. One or the other. Alright, Bob. Drive around with Val. Let's take a look. Now, Trunks, it's pretty fun to fly. It's when you get above 200, over like 240 knots or so, it starts to become really challenging. It starts to really fight you. But I've had it up to over 290 knots. Which is screaming for a helicopter. Even in Kerbal, that's screaming. And we floated up into the mountain. We just literally just landed it back, coming back from the mountains. Right, we headed up to about 1,500 meters altitude above sea level. I don't think it's gonna give us anything. I saw a .2 in there from something. Guessing from this, yep. Alright, there's a .3, so we have half a point of science. Well, it depends. World Stabilizer has a double-edged sword, well, partly because I think it hasn't been updated. I know it hasn't been updated in a while. We have to fly a helicopter up to the top of the VAB to see if we can't get that sign, if there's any more up there. It's literally going to be like .2 science. I'm going to recover that. Yeah, I built it out of the parts from that mod Grounded. From the same mod author as Airplane Plus. I think until you get to level 3, well, I don't know, because they changed the biomes at one point. I know that the flagpole doesn't become a separate biome until this is tier 3. Alright, let's fly a helicopter up to the top of the VAB and see if there's anything there left. I think we've been up there a couple times, but you never know. And we'll take the easy to fly helo. This helicopter is much easier to fly than the other one. It can't fly nearly as far as the other one can. Or as fast. Alright, got it there. Had to slide it into place, but we made it. Yeah, we're gonna get a whole lot of nutting from up here because we've been up here a couple times. Yeah, 0.3 science. Yay. Wait, is there any other roofs? I don't think so. Not until we get, not until we further upgrade everything. Alright, let's go and recover it. Quirt, dude, I haven't even had a chance to install it yet. Salvation could fit. I bet that, dude, I bet it fits in more net. I bet anything that the Pisces fits in, the Salvation will fit. We need 4.1 science. We gotta warp a day anyway because all our Kerbals are taken. I mean, we can get it easily enough by just having this transmit half of our science. They still have more scan to do to finish the contracts, but they should have enough science, even though they're only halfway done. Yeah, so this still has the auxiliary stage attached to it. Yep, there's 6.1. And there's 9.7. But these are still in the process of scanning the moon. Contract complete. Mission set. Satellite of the moon uncrewed. Mission that your satellite can be used to track the moon for a long time, or can it be used as communications relay home? Yeah, and we got 2 extra science there, but that contract should have been done a while ago. So, if you're curious what this thing is doing, it's doing this. Alright, it's doing an altimetry scan and... oh, that's the visual. Alright, here's the altimetry scan that's in process. Yeah, dude, we don't talk about KSP2. It's dead.
Dead!
And modded KSP1 is way better than KSP2 is ever gonna be. Just saying. And then, of course, you got Trix. You know about Kerbal or Kitten Space Agency, right? And just so you're aware, there is no like fixing KSP2. It is defunct from the beginning, from the outset. They would literally need to start over. Yeah, we still have a career to get going again in that too. And X4. Trix, have you had a chance to mess around with KSA yet? With the public build they released, which by the way, they just they've done a couple of updates. So there's a new build available for if you haven't downloaded it since the day it went public. But anyway, we have here, you can see the altimetry scan that's still in process. These areas here are the parts that are undone. They're not quite scanned yet. Slope, so we can see how steep everything is. Part of the altimetry scan. And then, of course, biome. Yeah, I'm way behind on all that stuff for No Man's Sky. Ugh. I gotta be in a mood to do No Man's Sky. Alright, so these are gonna continue to scan. But we can go back to the Space Center because we have our parts. Or we have our science. All right, because we really need fuel systems. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pay to unlock that. Let's go ahead and pay to spend the science, pay to unlock that. Oh, we still got 13.7 science. So it allows me to get general launch pads unlocked. Launch plates. Launch stands. Problem is, because we didn't start with this, so some of the stuff I don't need anymore. Yep, so we're gonna go with just general launch bases. Alright. Done and done. I am unfamiliar with Victoria 3. Tricks shipbuilding for... Oh, and No Man's Sky. I don't know. I haven't messed with it personally yet. I haven't played No Man's Sky in a few updates. Cyberpunk and what is EU5? It's not ringing a bell at the moment. And I'm sure I'll feel stupid once you tell me. Off stream, I've been replaying the original Kingdom Come Deliverance. Because somebody gifted the second one. But I wanted to replay the first one before the second one because we started the second one and I realized I don't remember shit that happened in the first one. So
Captain! Thank you so much!
Good afternoon, men.
That's an excellent game. And then Ditchbuster gifted Arc Raiders, but I just haven't had a chance to get to it yet. All right, is somebody going to tell me what the hell what that is? EU5, what is that? Don't leave it a mystery, you'll drive me nuts. Europa Universalis. Okay, I would have never guessed that. Okay, now that we have those other parts, we're basically gonna ditch all of that. Right, because this already has everything that we want inside of there. I need ballast. I don't know what that means, but all right. All right, so that weighs 1.85 tons. And we'll call it 2 tons, roughly. All right, so that's 4 tons-ish. It's probably closer to 5.5 tons at that point, but all right. So that is going to be our ballast. Payload stabilizers. wow, it can do a lot more. Alright, hold on. I need to, it's not gonna calculate correctly, I just realized. Do that, because I need to do this. Alright, and in a rocket family name. We need more Kerbal heroes other than just the, you know, the big four of Kerbals. I digress, but we need a good rocket name. Rocket 1.875 meter. All right, that's the project name is Rocket 1.875 meter until we come up with something else. All right, because what I need to do is this. All right, there's almost 7.5 tons. I think it'll work better that way. Five and a half tons. Alright, so now we can do the rest of this. Thicker, not longer. Hold on 1 second. Delta's going nuts over something. Okay, sorry about that. All right, I got Delta settled in. And I decided to punch the bladder reset button while I was there, so... All right, now... Make sure these are in far enough so that the fairing on these does not get caught. Chief, with the always well-timed commands. All Alright, now it needs the usual RCS-ticles. Nothing like a hefty pair of RCS-ticles. Alright, now turn the fuel flow priorities up to 9, so that way it only uses the RCS fuel from these, and not from any potential payload. Alright, ullage. Everybody likes a good ullage motor, right? Open that back up because we forgot something.
Cameras.
That way we can see payload deploy. All right, now it'll be looking down the rocket. All right, and that is going to be our upper stage. Got one built in. Beam short, most likely. Yep, just like that. So that would be bare minimum thrust. What are you guys playing today? And if you're doing Kerbal, what are you guys working on? All right, now we're gonna go with
Boosters. I gotta go with the other decoupler. I gotta go wider. And at 38 seconds, let's go for 90. Seconds of burn. It'll be burning out just before the stage does. No, because we'll throttle this down most likely as we ascend. Alright, we're gonna leave the boosters at a 90-second burn. Chief, what do you mean? Is there something wrong? You're gonna have to be more specific. Refresh my memory. What is KRPPC again? Is that the chaos alternative that uses real actual programming language? Trix, you're mindlessly playing some classic WoW. Yep. What's up, my friend? How are you doing today? Alright, so Chief, you're thinking that it sounds distorted? Is anybody else hearing the sound, the music, the KSP music sound distorted? Chief, try refreshing your page, see if that does anything. Oh, those are too big. Okay, my guess is it's a compression thing. Alright, anybody remember why I like doing the decouplers near the top of the SRBs? And then strut connectors near the bottom? Core left cross, well, with the two boosters, you're not going to core left cross. But basically, it pushes the nose of the SRB into the slipstream, creating a high drag on one side, high lift on the other, and it pulls them away from the launch vehicle. Right, the core left cross is they kind of just pop out and spin. But this just gets them to push out and away from the rocket. And then I'll decide if I actually want to boost these away with Separatrons. We'll see. I think the core lift cross is something that the easier to show you than explain it. I think there's a good ESA video that shows. That shows it pretty good.
Let me show you something that makes me furious every time I see it.
Yep. I'm gonna go through the ads. Yep, this is a pretty good one. Okay. Oh, that one. Okay, so on the Soyuz, right, it has to do, it's named after the guy Korolev, whatever it is, right? So the Soyuz doesn't have Separatrons like normal, like the way like NASA does it, right? They actually use O2 venting, the gaseous oxygen venting to help do this. But the way the rocket is, but the way the boosters on the Soyuz are attached to the rocket, one part gets kicked out first, then the other part. So they kind of flip over. You'll see here momentarily. Right, you see it kicks the back end of the bottom of the rocket out, and then the venting of the oxygen tanks. You can even see the clouds, right? See the clouds there? The venting of the oxygen tanks causes the tanks to flip over and over, and it's called the cross because it goes in 4 different directions. Right, but it kicks the bottom of the boosters out, and then the top part, right, starts flipping end over end because they're venting the gaseous oxygen. See? The bottom comes out first. But that's a Korolev cross. But essentially what I do is basically the opposite of that, except without the boosters flipping over and over.
So yeah, on those, the decoupler kicks, as I said, it kicks out to the bottom of the boosters, and then the venting oxygen pushes down on them as they're in the airstream, and they just keep flipping end over end because of they continue to vent the O2. All right, so we're gonna do a test or a simulated launch here. I'm not gonna build a launch pad just yet. We're just gonna use launch clamps to make it easy. All right, let's see how this flies. Yeah, so the top of the boosters on Soyuz, they actually slot into these holders that are built into the core booster, right? And they get pushed straight in, right? There's no, they're just held in by friction, right? They're not bolted in or anything like that, right? And then they're bolted in at the bottom with the, you know, with the explosive decouplers. All right, let's get guidance here set up. Yeah, Soyuz is an awesome design. I mean, and it has truly stood the test of time. I mean, Soyuz has gotten updates over the years, but the core design has not changed since Vostok. All right. All right, so this is just a simulated test flight. And here we go in 5, 4, meaning to start. 2, 1, send it. And we have liftoff. Go for pitch and roll maneuver. Vehicle is supersonic, coming up on max Q. Coming up on 2.5 G's of acceleration. So I'm gonna go ahead and throttle down to 2/3. Let those boosters continue to do some work. Almost 20 miles in altitude, 23 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC. All right, 5 seconds from booster engine cutoff. And see, that's what it does.
All right, we have good booster cutoff and separation. All right, go ahead and throttle us down to 1/3. As we come up on Miko. And we have Miko. Alright, we have good stage separation, good upper stage ignition, and fairing deploy. No worries, Natsmore. I kind of I thought that's what it was. I just wasn't 100% certain. Hildebrand making use of the new Miko emote, which is kind of hard to see when it gets sized down. I think our vehicle is going to overperform here. Well, now let's shoot it to a 250. We're gonna leave 250 kilometers as our mark for tonnage to LKO, because if you can do 250, then you know you're good for everything. All right, and we're at 250 with 455 meters per second of delta V remaining, not including, oh, that's RCS delta V. We have 500 meters per second of delta V remaining in the launch vehicle. So this is good for even for high curb and orbit, some high orbit stuff. All the reason it's got that much delta is because of all this. Yep, these are supposed to be locked. Well, that top one wasn't. Yeah, 15 meters per second of delta V in RCS delta V. That makes more sense because it's not using these tanks. These are just ballast. They're not meant for usage. And I want to wait until we get further down. I want to make sure we're actually talking to our comsats. I'm going to push us down range until we break line of sight to the KSC. Which happens generally around 300. Yeah, why do we lose comms? There are literally... You were staring at two comsats with relays on them. You're literally staring at two of them. Why are these only talking to ground stations? All right, let's take a look at that. All right, so that was just a simulated test flight, so we're going to go ahead and revert back. But I want to find out why our comsats aren't talking to any of our vessels. These are relays and with plenty of range. They are combinable. There's 2 on each satellite. Well, 2 of the satellites look like this. One of them actually has 4 of these. So we have plenty of range, plenty of everything. Why is it not talking? Let's go to space and look at one of our satellites. Because I really want to know why they're not working as a relay sat, because it makes them pointless. Hope it's not something in our settings. And of course, we're looking at it from behind an eclipse. Right, well, they work and they're in range, so why is it not working the way we want it to work? They're barely speaking to each other based on range. How much money do we have? Can we just go ahead and upgrade? In the DSN to level 3 and call it good. And we got 1.7 million. It's 563,000. All right, let's upgrade that. Now let's go take a look, because that basically makes all of your antennas work better. Oh, they're still red to each other. And they're only talking to each other. They're not talking to anything anywhere else. Oh, no, wait, so we had a contract to launch out of this out into solar orbit. And we did that. But the upper stage still hasn't come back to Kerbin yet. That's the upper stage. Is she sleeping finally? Okay, we have a wink link from our scan here multi out there. Are they just not that strong? They're not that strong, but they should still be able to see anything in low Kerbin orbit. And work as a relay for them. Alright, part of the reason I want this vehicle is I want to be able to make a science return vehicle. To double check, make sure we got everything from low Kerbin orbit and high Kerbin orbit. And then obviously as well as moon at some point. So where is our science return unit? Yeah, get rid of that because we know what the what that other thing is. Oh, we need to use that actually. Yeah, let's make a new science return unit actually utilizing. Maybe. On this, let's take a look at it. Interesting. I actually need to use that on our flights. Okay. Good to know for the future if I remember. Okay, so that's not the one that actually gives science. This one is. Alright, trying to, thinking about making an SRU-2. Right, science, SRU is Science Return Unit. Need something else there to help equal out the weight, the mass. There is... Right, I gotta do this a different way because we don't have the other part unlocked. Wait, so this doesn't line up with any of these? Oh, it still needs the other part. Never mind. Been a while since I've used universal storage. I'm thinking there's a different one of these for this part. And we just don't have unlocked yet. Because some of the stuff I know is in the wrong nodes in the tech tree. Because some of these parts will give us extra science is why I want to launch it. But they have a weird form factor without using them with universal storage. Huh. Double checking. No, alright. Let's go take a look at the tech tree. Yeah, there's the cylindrical fair. Yeah, they're in the wrong node. Okay. Here's the cylindrical thing that I'm looking for right there. And the part I'm looking for is right there. Yeah, the Kerbals are back to their normal tried and true tech. Yes. Yeah, see, the 1.875 meter one payload bay is for universal storage up here. The 1.25 meter one is here. They're in the same tier. It's. Oh yeah, here's the other part. Yeah, here's the other pieces. All right. And we go back to doing it the other way, which is fine. We'll still be using our regular science return unit for this. All right, so now we can go ahead and build out a launch pad for our new launch vehicle. All right, we've tested this vehicle. It works. We like it. Gotta play with configurations. That's new. Wheels to be on legs are actually wheels. Like you actually rolled this out. Cucumber, dude! Lord Cucumber! Thank you, sir.
For the chair.
Appreciated, sir. Cucumber, well, we hit the halfway point, so I went ahead and ordered the chair, but yes, I still need to pay off the chair, but I'm actually sitting in it because my back and neck couldn't take it anymore. So once we hit the halfway point, I went ahead and ordered. Yeah, Cucumber, dude, it feels so, dude, this chair is so comfortable. Well, I mean, I've been sitting in a broken ass chair for a couple of months, so anything that's not broken suddenly feels comfortable. Yeah, Hildebrand, yeah, literally. Scientific, yes, that was one of the reasons why I chose this one, and I did a lot of research. Also, you know, with the help of ChatGPT, looking for longer term, at least 3, if not 5-year, or even longer reviews. And this chair actually has been this model has been out for 7 years, and there's people that have done 7-year reviews, and the chair looks like it was bought yesterday. Now, how much they use it, that's hard to say, right? Because I need a chair that can hold up for at least 12 hours a day. And that's the issue with most chairs. Most chairs are only designed to have your butt in it for 2 to 4 hours at a time. Right? I need a chair that I can actually sit in for much longer than that. Yeah, a lot of people don't like this because the seat is pretty firm. Like the foam for the actual seat part is really firm. But that's what allows you to be able to sit in it for a much longer period of time. It's like a car seat. Right, it's firm like a car seat. Right, where some people like, you know, really soft and cushy. Probably soft and cushy is it doesn't hold up for sitting in it for long periods of time at once. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, it's got a good lumbar support in it, and I can raise the lumbar up and down, which is very nice. Chief, yes, my butt likes it firm. Not stiff, but firm. Right, and it's got a lot of interesting innovations, like the headrest is magnetic. Right, it's held on with magnets. Hildebrand, yeah, that too. Well, and to how you sit in the chair. Right, how you sit in the chair, you know, like basically, how heavy is your ass, and how does your ass use it? Yes, I know. This actually uses all the covers on this thing. Are a lot of them? They're all like magnetic. Like all the things that cover up all the screws and stuff. You know, they're all magnetic. And they sell different covers for the chair that like just completely zip into place that are perfectly fit matched. They are kind of expensive, but you know, if you start to get a little rip that's not covered by the warranty, and this chair has a 5-year warranty, just 5-year warranty, which is unheard of for a sub $1,000 chair. If you want a longer warranty, you got to go stupid expensive on chairs. And there's like a big gap, right? You go up to like $500 to $700, and then after that, there's a couple of models in a 900 range for, you know, from different chair manufacturers, and then you jump to like 2,000 and above. Like there's a huge like area where there's nothing, and then it's just really expensive. All right, so anyway, we're building out a launch pad for our new launch vehicle. All right, so now we need the clamps. Where are the clampies? Oh, that puts us way over mass. We have to go upgrade the, save it. How much does this weigh? How much is the base weight? I'm just curious. 100 tons, no wonder. Because it has to have mass in order to be able to work with this. We have to go upgrade the, launch pad. Yeah, cucumber, dude, the other chair, because it was like all lopsided, dude, like my lower back and my neck. Like I did a 12-hour stream in that broken ass chair, and I was like, yeah, nope, not doing that. It's like, nope,
Nope, nope, nope, nope, nope, nope, nope, nope.
yeah, that was a bad idea. Another 282 grand, but that's now up to level 3, and we don't have to worry about mass or mass anymore. Still have to worry about part count, but we don't have to worry about mass. Okay, we're no longer over. Our ass is no longer too massive for the launch pad. Okay, so that's in. Now we need the actual tower portion here. We don't need the crew elevator one. There a base version? Might even just be able to use this. Alpha, what's up, my friend? How you doing? By the way, if you guys are wondering who made all of these launch pads parts, that's the man right there. So you can curse him for making you use it. But yeah, Alpha, I've noticed that there's a lot of new options. E-Dub, what's going on, man? I'm just figuring out which one to use here. There's so many. There's no white on that one? Or do I want that one? White. There we go. Air conditioning. Alpha, what is Expedition 33? Ah, okay, you meant it. Okay, that's why they have different. Okay. All right, air conditioning, electrical. So mini really is mini. The umbilicals weren't long enough. Maki, yes, we added another mod. Man, you just can't go wrong with Alpha Mensei's launch pads. Right, but it will, but there is a learning curve. Alright, there we have electrical, oxidizer, and LFO. No, or just liquid fuel, rather. Whatever we want to call it. Right, more like there. Yep. Yeah, so now we have all the umbilicals in place. We have the tower in place. Launch clamps are in place. I also noticed you added wheels to these, and you can... Oh, Alpha, when are you going to add a deluge, water deluge animations to the water spouts here? Until someone can make a convincing water shower deluge effect. You haven't talked to Black Rack? You know, I have a feeling I can rotate or move these some. Probably don't need so many. We'll go every third. There, now we're well lit. There's definitely some new parts in here. Cucumber, dude, where'd that happen at? Canada? Yep, nature can definitely mess you up. Alright, so this mast tower top, what are some of these functions, Alpha? Like the X and Y axis adjustments, what are those for? Okay. I see. And all your options?
Have more goddamn options.
In translation.
Stop giving me more options.
Yeah, Cucumber, what's funny, all right, so a quarter mile that way is the park that I always take Delta to. It's right literally at the edge of the Santa Ana riverbed, right, which is an unincorporated, like the town ends, and it's an unincorporated area of San Bernardino County. And there's all kinds of wildlife that go through there, including lots and lots of coyotes, right? But there's a housing development that's kind of surrounds the park, right? That's between us and the park, and there's always somebody walking around the park asking, "Hey, have you seen my cat, or have you seen my puppy?" Right? And you tell them, like, "Hey, you do realize that there's coyotes here, right?" And they're like, "Really? Seriously? Why are there coyotes here?" Because we're in a city, right? Well, because there's wildlands literally right there. And before they built, when they first started building a housing complex, there used to be a wildlife pass, right, for wildlife to walk through. Cucumber, coyote, if you see one coyote, you don't worry about it. They're not going to do anything to you, right? If you see two, and they're acting kind of suspicious, but they could be as scouts for the rest of the pack, right? And then if you see another, maybe one, sometimes that's purposely coming towards you, right? They want you to chase it because he's gonna lead you into an ambush, right? But usually if it's one by himself, they'll leave you alone, unless he's the bait animal, right? Unless he drew the short straw and is the bait to try to get you to chase him, so he can lead you to where the rest of the pack will ambush you. But typically speaking, if it's one, you can ignore it. And that's yeah, exactly. Well, dude, I don't know if you've ever been to downtown LA at night. Downtown LA at night has all kinds of wildlife. There's flipping deer running down between the high rises, right? And coyotes and raccoons and Supersonic! What's up, my friend? Well, if you see two, they're generally working as scouts, right? And if you see the pack, definitely don't, yeah, don't engage. The other thing too is sometimes even if you only see one, they may not even be a scout, right? Or the bait animal. It could be an adolescent male that got kicked out of the pack to go form their own. Yeah, most of the time, most wild animal attacks are usually because people have ventured into their area and they're doing exactly what you're not supposed to do. Yeah, same. We have bears, but you got to go way up in the mountains to see them. And they're mostly in Northern California. There aren't that many in Southern. And we do have some wildcats, even at the trails and stuff. Like people go hiking up to like the Hollywood Hills in near LA. Yeah, there's wildcats up there. I mean, there's quite a few YouTube videos of people even biking through there, and the animals jumping out of the bushes and taking them off on the bike. All right, so now because of all everything that we have going on here, we need to do a staging test. Yeah, snakes are another concern here. Like rattlesnakes are another concern. Rattlesnakes really don't like people, so you really got to go out into the wild lands to find rattlesnakes. And if you go deep enough in the desert, scorpions. All right, so let's do a staging check here. Yeah, but you really got to piss a rattlesnake off. Like, if you see a rattlesnake, just stay away from it. They're not going to come chasing after you. Right, but I mean, if you step on a rattlesnake, though, expect them to be pissed off. Oh, cucumber? Yeah, dude, yeah. Yeah, but they don't always use that. They always don't use that rattle. But as I said, you really got to piss a rattlesnake off. You got to be really invading its bubble, right? Or you know. But yeah, they don't always use that. I mean, if it's asleep and you step on it, you're gonna get bit before that rattle hits. Right, so we are just gonna do a quick staging test here. In 5, 4, mating to start. 2, 1. See how much better the launches are when you have Alpha Mensays launch pads? It's so much more immersive. Cucumber, yeah, now you know why very few people lived past 40. Yeah, most time, I mean, as long as you stay away from them, they're usually, you know, just as afraid of you or more afraid of you than you are of them. Yes, the reflective serves for the engine lighting, yes. All right, let's save that. All right, so now this is going to be our new medium lift rocket. It's going to be our go-to. All right, so now we can go to our science return unit and see what we want to actually change or add to this thing. Oh, excuse me. All right, guys, give me a couple minutes. I'm gonna take a quick break, walk around, stretch, so I don't yawn. I'm gonna make myself another tea or something to drink, and I shall be back momentarily. And then we're gonna launch this up to get see if there's any low carbon science left to grab from space, and then high carbon science, and then bring it back, and then possibly a lunar flyby on a different launch. But hold that thought, I'll be right back.
I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Okay. A different but cool story note. All right. You drove your kids to sports training. To your, from sports training to your in-laws. Oh, you had lightning suddenly strike in the middle of the field at night? Yeah. Dang us, our nerves are wrecked. Yeah, all right, so we were flying back, my last year in the Army when I was in the 82nd Airborne. We were flying back from GRTC, which is Joint Rotational Training Center, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, it's in Fort Polk, Louisiana, or whatever they call Fort Polk now. Right, we spent a month down there. We were flying back to Pope Air Force Base, right near with the Fort Liberty, Fort Bragg, whatever the hell they're calling it now, right? But there was a big thunderstorm right there, so we couldn't land, right? And the smoothest air that they gave us to fly in, because it was pretty turbulent when we were thinking about landing, was between 2 layers of clouds, right? And for 4 hours, we had to fly around, and just lightning going off all over the place, like between the clouds, horizontally between. Dude, it was one of the coolest things, but also one of the spookiest things I've ever experienced. But yeah, it was as I said, one of the coolest things, but also one of the spookiest things, right? And flying back, we weren't in military aircraft. We were in chartered airliners. It's weird getting on an airliner and with all of your gear and weapons. Getting on a commercial airliner, but yeah, they chartered airliners. That wasn't 4 hours, like 2 hours. I think it was like 2 hours that we had to fly around, right? And then they had to make a decision of whether to land or divert to somewhere else, because they were starting to, planes at that point were getting low on fuel. But yeah, that was, dude, that was so awesome. I mean, that was such a cool factor. And by that point, because you still had film cameras, I had already used up all my film, so I wasn't able to take any pictures. No, I don't know if they would even come out anyway. But I mean, but it was at least one lightning flash like every 5 minutes for almost 2 hours. Right, and usually there was like multiple flashes at once. It was crazy. But it was just cool because it would light up everything and you could see the between the 2 layers of clouds. Because there's several thousand feet, between the 2 layers, and the light. Yeah, it was really cool and spooky as hell. Right, because the whole inside, because they turned the lights out inside the airplane, right? So the whole inside of the airplane would light up purple. Yeah, it's something to see. Like, it's something amazing to see.
Once.
And once is plenty. Alright, so this is a pretty low mass that we're going to be launching with our new launch vehicle. Okay, that's fine.
right, let's send it. All right, so this is bound for high orbit, which is 250 kilometers up. All right, and it's to see how much science we can get here. All right, if you're curious, our science setting is set at 250%, or 250%, 50%. Not 250, 50. I don't know where the hell the 250 came from, but 50%. So we gotta milk it. Milk everything. All right, make sure guidance is all set. Good to go, good to go. Science return unit is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. Launch vehicle is go for launch. I need a go, no go from chat. You guys have go, no go buttons now. Just saying. Hildebrandt, Sheep, and Supersonic are go for launch. Bring out the go-go's. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1, and we have liftoff. We've cleared the tower. Go for pitch and roll maneuver. All right, 30 seconds into the flight. We're now 3 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing altitude of 4 kilometers. All right, 2.5 G's acceleration. We're gonna go ahead and throttle down to 2/3. All right, 1 minute into flight. We're now 15 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 15 kilometers. We have about 20 seconds left before SRB cut off and jettison. SRB cut off in 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, shutdown. And we have a good SRB jettison. Back up to 2.5 G's acceleration. Gonna throttle down to 50%. Stand by for SR main engine shutoff, and there we have fairing deploy. And Miko. All right, we have good stage separation. And upper stage ignition. All right, we have sufficient apoapsis. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and shut that down. go ahead and deploy. Alright, let's see what science there is here for low Kerbin orbit. 0.6 in a material study. 0.1 in a mystery goo. So we'll wait until we get to high orbit, and then we'll pop the other side. Hopefully we're not going to come back down the mountains, because this is going to be a pretty steep re-entry. Unproprietary, go. All right, we are now in high orbit. Let's go ahead and run all these again. All right, we're getting 0.9 from high orbit. And 0.1 from the mystery goo. All right, let's go ahead and collect all of that science. All right, and we'll continue the ride. Yeah, and we're still not talking to our comsats. Irritating that we're not talking to our comsats. Like, very irritating. We're almost directly over a ground station right here. There's our upper stage. Right, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that, and parachutes are armed. All guidance systems are off. Oh, did you see the lightning? Speaking of lightning, did you see that? All right, stand by for atmospheric interface. We have atmospheric interface. All right, we're over grasslands. Whatever happens now happens, as we no longer have control over the vehicle. Everything's just automation and physics. Yeah, lightning definitely seems a theme tonight. Dude, look at that trail from the our science experiments, or the upper stage. Look at that, dude. That is so awesome looking. That is so crazy. Look at that. There it goes. It just broke apart. And of course, guess what biome we're over? I'll give you one guess. It's the smallest biome area-wise probably on Kerbin, and we flip and hit it
Every single time.
Yeah, we're over the mountains. mean, by area, the mountains are so tight. There's not a whole lot of curb and surface area that's actually just mountains. That's another reason why we set everything up to be automated. Plus, we don't have any signal either. If we did have a signal, I'd probably put the magnetometer back out just to help us stabilize. Oh, there's still pieces of the launch vehicle that survived re-entry. They didn't survive the mountain, though. And yep, we're not coming down over a flat part either. We're coming in right on a cliff. Oh, there's still parts hitting. Maybe this little outcropping will save us. Nope, not gonna save us. Speed recover. Or also known as
The cheese recover.
it didn't even have a chance to fall over yet. All that for 1.8 science.
1.8 science.
Wow. Look, it's foggy. All right, let's warp to the next day so they can refit the launch pad. Ah.
1.8 science.
Okay, I don't have to imagine. We tried it. I mean, it was get every last drop. Okay, so now we're gonna add some mass to this. Oh, we forgot to look at our cameras. We forgot to watch through our cameras. Next time. Ooh, is this gonna fit if I attach the auxiliary stage to it? That makes us pretty tall. Oh, it is just short. I mean, I could, but double segmented fairing, and I like leaving everything as is. I don't like the specialty stuff. We can shorten the payload just a smidge. Oh yeah, we're all tucked in there nice and cool as a cucumber. Alright, so the reason for the attaching the auxiliary or kicker stage is,
Moon.
Ravenloft? What is Ravenloft? Ah, okay, D&D campaign, Gothic Horror, okay. I was always more partial to, Forgotten Realms. And Delta is out there singing again. Okay, so the goal here is lunar orbit and return. Do I have any? I should look. I should have looked and see if we had any contracts for this. Ah, okay. All right, we're gonna leave this on the pad. Even though it's gonna, oh no, the clock won't start yet. It might, actually. All right, well, we're gonna go back to space because I need to check contracts. I'm fairly certain there's some orbit and orbit moon and return contracts. I'd rather get paid. If we're gonna do it anyway, I'd rather get paid. Oh, splash down the grasslands, that's why, okay. We're a satellite in an equatorial orbit. We can do this. We can use this that'll give us 6 science too. So we can use this satellite to complete this contract and then lower and then put it into a lower orbit, at least the periapsis on one side, into low lunar orbit before coming back. All right, let's take a look at what's available to us here. Off landing on the moon, not yet. New satellite, new orbit of moon. That's in a retrograde orbit. Retrograde orbit. Speaking of, I wonder if our the one that we have, I wonder if this is a retrograde. It is. It's at 180 degrees. Right, retrograde makes more sense, especially when you want to come back to Kerbin. Into the moon, nope. Alright, this one will give us 6 science. Put a probe in the orbit of... in orbit around the moon. It has no specific parameters other than being above 8,000 meters, so we'll take it. Alright, so we will be getting paid for this mission. Cucumber, yeah. That'll give us 12 science for completing just the 2 contracts without bringing the science back. And we, as you can see, we need to squeeze. We need to milk the science udders for everything they got. And look at that sky, dude. Okay, so where's Moon? Moon, where you at? Come here, homie. Alright, there he is. And he's over the top of us, so we're gonna wait until Moon is just below the horizon. Because we're gonna go Mooner direct. I like going Mooner direct, if you haven't noticed. Yeah, milk the scientists. Why did we lose comms? Why are we out of electric charge? Generator is off. Why is the generator off? How do I turn the generators on? Well, shit on a biscuit. I have no idea how to turn the, I think it's because we don't have any control. We can't turn them on now. I didn't realize that was a thing. Or I forgot it was a thing, one or the other. Alpha, are you still there? Let's find out real quick. Yes. Alpha Alpha Lima. What's up, buddy? Oh, there's another Alpha Mensa. He's the mod author of the launch pads. So Alpha Alpha Lima, what's going on, man? How you doing today? I forgot that you can also fuel the rockets. It's been a while since I've used this. All right, so we have the generator on now. Okay. Not too bad. Once it now that I remember to turn on my generator. Now we have power. And we want moon just below the horizon. Chief, there is a very short pier out there that is asking you to take a really long walk. There's KSC. All right. Where are all our lights off? There we go. See, now our rocket is lit up. Oh, we forgot stickers. We didn't put any stickers on.
Stickers, dude.
Alright, science return unit is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. Launch vehicle is go for launch. I need a go, no go from chat. Chief engineer says go. We are go for launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, minute to start, 2, 1, send it. All right, we have liftoff, and we are go for pitch and roll maneuver. Onboard cameras. Alright, 2.5 G's acceleration, throttling down to 2.5 or 2/3. We are now 1 minute into flight. We're 13 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 14 kilometers. And we are Mach 2. Yeah, we're moving out. Alright, going in, throttle it down to 50%. All right, 5 seconds to booster cutoff and separation. We have good booster cutoff and separation. Imp, yeah, this is standard scale. There was a lot of tweaks with parallax, what's now called parallax, I don't know what it continue, whatever it is. Right, you can basically rewrote Parallax from scratch. Problem is all the Kerbal Construct stuff. If you upscale it, like with Kerbal Remastered, all that stuff, you gotta move everything around, and I didn't want to go through all that. Plus, I have to create a new mask, right? So otherwise, there's undergrowth through all the buildings. All right, there's Moon. There's our target. Well, it is dark. We're gonna go ahead and come over here. But yeah, BlackRock and Lynx both stepped up their game like massively. Like once we're in coast phase, I'll show you some screenshots, and it's just like, whoa. All right, we're now 3 minutes, 15 seconds into the flight. We're 155 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 110 kilometers. And we are traveling at 2,060 meters per second. We're going to be coming up on Seco here now. All right, go for payload deploy. Go ahead and pop out the solar panels. I don't want this stage on orbit. That's not what's supposed to happen with that. It's supposed to ignite the engine. Well, shit on a biscuit. How did our staging change? Because I didn't check the staging after we added the auxiliary stage.
Womp, womp, womp. Oh.
Well, we'll still be able to recover this.
Check yo staging. Don't be a dumbass like this guy.
Yep, classic KSP blunder. Well, while this is cruising, what I was talking about, the pier I mentioned, which one, Chief? You're gonna be more specific. Oh, that kind of pier. That type of pier. Okay, got it. And that's PEIR, just FYI. Yeah, just look at this. This is KSP. This is this game right now. This is this install. Yeah, between Lynx and BlackRock, dude, it is just insane. Like, look at the cloud tops. Yeah, I mean, just like, and the reflections off the water, all of it, man, it's just wow. And the storms. That was our previous save that went tits up. But yeah, the lightning, like flying through the store, you can hear the rain off the canopy. It's really cool. Imp, this is still paid, yes. If you want BlackRock's latest, yes. But all you gotta do is just do 1 month. Make sure you download your membership card, which will look like this. Right, and then you can just let him know. Right, if he doesn't update. He doesn't, I mean, it's about every couple months, 2 to 3 months, that he actually doesn't update. I think it's definitely worth it. Oh, this thing's still going up. But yeah, it's, yeah. There's no auroras, though. I don't know if he has plans on adding them or not. But that is like one thing that's kind of missing is the auroras. All right, we're inverted on re-entry, so... Depends on how fast this thing flips over. And then Firefly for is the name of the mod for the re-entry effects. Dude, it even has bow shock. Dude, it is so cool. Like, as we settle here on re-entry. This is why I always go, just a side note, this is why I always go for an aerodynamically stable re-entry vehicle. You don't know if you're going to have control or not. But the bow shock is, all of it during re-entry is just absolutely spectacular. Right? And yeah, just like, anybody want to take a wild guess at what biome we're gonna come down in? What's the over-under on coming in on the mountains again? Yeah, most of the planet's water, right? So the odds are you come down in the water the vast majority of the time. This guy hits mountains. Oh, you see the lightning? Storm down there. Oh, we're actually over water at the moment. Let's see how long that lasts. I am a dragon. I don't have a mods command in chat, but I do. It is in Discord. If you go to Discord and then, or I can link you, I guess, link it to you.
The reason I had to do away with the mods command because I play other games with mods as well, and it just makes it confusing. But I have a mods list in Discord. Or if you see something that you're interested in, just ask and I'll point you in the right direction. I can't believe we're actually coming down over water. At least we'll get some money back, even though we're almost on the other side of the planet relative to the KSC. But yeah, just go to the KSP mods channel, and in fact, I updated it today, but there's a mod list there. However, note that mod list is not all-inclusive. I didn't put dependencies, because I kind of figured dependencies are kind of obvious. And most of it can be installed via CCAN. Alright, and we've successfully splashed down the water, but if you haven't seen the water yet, I'm gonna time warp until it's daylight. Oh, we're physics warp. I don't want physics warp. We're physics warp because we're bobbing in the water too much. Yeah, and it's nowhere near daylight. Alright, well, you'll just have to trust me on the water. Or it'll give us an opportunity to fly a helicopter and go land in the water. Alright, let's recover that. And yes,
Check your staging.
so even thousands and thousands and thousands of hours into Kerbal, you can still mess up your damn staging. All right, 8,200. Yep, and there's a storm coming. You know, speaking of, I know we've gotten shores that like from the water and the shores, but have we gotten it from the water? All the science. All right, so we do have a helicopter that is set up for landing in the water. I need a scientist. All right, Gemmel and Filton. Yeah, I'm gonna let them take off from the KSC harbor. We're gonna fly this out to the water, not just shores water. I could have actually taken this off from the water as well, but you'll see what I mean. Yeah, and the water physics can be pretty violent. Come on, cabin light.
Yeah, DCS KSP. Alright, so let's fly out until where it says water. Hilton, you don't like flying in helicopters, do you, buddy? Alright, I'll keep us about 50 meters up. We might have to fly out that way to actually hit water. Yeah, let's go ahead and go over that way. So one of the mods that I installed this morning that we changed is IVAs for a lot of the cockpits in for Airplane Plus. And flying a helicopter out over the ocean's gotta be not a whole lot of fun. Dude, that thunder, man. I don't think I have a waypoint for the KSC Harbor. Helipad, I don't. Alright, well, let's go with that one just so I have a waypoint. Alright, we're out over the water. Alright, we're in the water. Any science? 0.2. Oh, 0.5 from the mystery goo. Oh, EVA report. We never got an EVA report from over here. And a surface sample. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and pull that because we're gonna have him grab a second one here. So we'll get a little bit more science off of that. Alright, let's fly it back to the harbor. It's beeping at me because we're such low altitude without landing gear. Alright, we're gonna fly back towards the harbor. Fuel gauge in here anywhere? Yeah, it reads 0. Awesome. Oh, here comes the rain. Oh, I hit the hover button by accident. Dude, how awesome is that, man? That is so awesome. little sideways drift, but technically the helipad's over there, but let's fix it. Good enough. That storm, though, man, is so awesome. All right, let's recover. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put the bathysphere thing on this. There's a water experiment that I totally forgot to put on this thing. Helicopter ride number 2. This helicopter, by the way, is so much easier to fly than the other one. Hey, that's 9.8 science. That's nothing to sneeze at. And Gemmel got a splashdown ribbon for landing in the water. But look at that rainstorm, dude. An advanced construction that I need. Or is it this one? Right, where are the parts that I'm looking for here? Maybe I have them? I was thinking a larger helicopter. I don't know the name. Unfortunately. Oh, but it's right there. That's the part I was looking for. Yeah, that's the next one up. I thought I would do that with this anyway. I was just curious. Man, does that seem really long? I just want to see. Okay, so there's same. All right. It just seems like it's kind of long. Get to the chopper. Yep. Away, bug. I better idea. Mosquitoes again? I think I like the other intake better. I think I can live with that. Oof, that center lift is or center mass is really gonna move forward. Back to the same problem. All right. I'll refrain from commenting on that, Lord Cucumber. Well, this Adam is on the side radially is technical bits. We're gonna have to see. We'll have to play with it. Ejection force? Why would they have ejection force? Kind of feel like the fuselage is kind of short, but in general. But I'm not trying to make an actual, like, Huey, like, replica or analog. It's a little too much. Alright, we'll make this the KH3. Needs more details, but I just want to make sure that this is actually going to fly in this configuration, because it's kind of This is kind of sketchy. Also just looks really big relative to Kerbals. Not sure when I'll ever need to actually carry 8 Kerbals in this thing, but we could. And this is like a Mark III, like not even scaled down. All right, Val and Bill, short test flight. Yeah, this thing is huge.
Shebang.
I saw on the Airplane Plus webpage, you know, it like they have like a Blackhawk and the Huey parts are so much bigger than what they use to make the Blackhawk, and the Blackhawk is a much bigger helicopter in real life. I like the glow-in-the-dark rocketology flag on the front. But... Yep. Oh, now it kind of sounds like a Huey. Yep. That's what I was afraid of. We're extremely heavy. Okay, first we're too heavy. Yep, and that center, this is an issue, a big issue. That's what I was worried about. And we're way too heavy. Wow, we're almost 5 tons. How much fuel is in here anyway? That's only 200 units of fuel, that's it? I like my other helo better. Even though it's harder to fly. And I started making an upscaled version of it, but I didn't have the parts unlocked. I need to revisit that at some point. Oh, why'd you get in the back? Oh well, you're in the back. Oh, why are you doing that? It's not my input that's doing that. It's just, I don't know why it's doing it. And I'm overcorrecting. I turned atmospheric autopilot off, and I started flying it, but I was overcorrecting it. Well, I was flying it anyway. Even atmospheric autopilot, I was flying it, but it compensates for this guy. But I turned it off and was trying to fly it, and I kept overcompensating. And yes, you have to control these with the reaction wheels. There's no other way around it. Ah, cucumber, cucumber, cucumber. Yes. I have to compensate for the cucumber. Centurion, what's going on, man? How you doing today? Yeah, there it goes again. Alright, let's try it with just SAS. Hard to be precise. And I'm starting to overcompensate again. Oh, now atmospheric autopilot wants to behave. Nope, there it goes again. Well, that's a thing. It did not like that. I was making a sized up version of the other one, but I realized I need to go down slightly with those. Yes, they make very terrible submarines. But this is where I was trying to build a scaled up version of our other helo. This one. I was trying to scale this one up. So this is 1.25 meter. The other one's 1.875 meter. And I was trying to scale it up. But I didn't have some of the parts that I needed. So I just left it listed as test. S has a fat ass? Yes. Well, yeah, this is a C-130 engine on the back of it. At 1.25 meter, those, yeah, are really big. Yeah, that motor, though, is also really heavy. And I wasn't sure how this would actually work anyway. Because this part has to be tweak scaled up quite a bit. And I need stronger reaction wheels that we don't have yet. Cucumber, it's only partially laid out. It needs a lot more work. And I probably can't use the that engine on the back of it. It's too heavy. It's too massive. It pulls the center of mass too back too far. I don't know why I left the building. I wanted to look at something else real quick. Well, this one works quite well, right? This one works quite well. Well, unless you get it going too fast and then it starts to become unstable. But as I said, I've had this thing up to 290 knots. But you can't really maintain 290 knots. It becomes too unstable. But it's easy to maintain, like 200 to 230, just fine. Alright, so I figured, well, if I scale it up, right? With what, you know, an actual purpose-built 1.8 or yeah 1.875 meter cockpit. What can we do with it? And it just, eh. Because the Huey is too big, man. I mean, it looks good, but it's too big. I tried this with a jet engine. It doesn't work. You can't go fast enough to get the jet engine enough air to start really pushing. But this thing has about a 300 kilometer round, about like a 300 kilometer radius range. Well, yeah, 300 kilometer range. So 150 out, 150 back, basically. Which is pretty damn good range for Kerbal helicopters. The other one, which is this one's really easy to fly. Right, as you saw earlier, and I even made a seaborne version of it. This one's very easy to fly. But this doesn't have very, it can't go very far. Right, this thing is like 30 kilometers max. I mean, I could probably give it a little bit more fuel. But you're not going to get that much more out of it because, of course, this thing doesn't go very quick either. This, we're gonna need to work on this, and I might need larger reaction wheels to make this work. Oh. This thing is actually quite big. 3.7 meters tall, 5 meters wide. That's the rotor disc, is 5 meters. 11.3 meters long. That's pretty big. I'm not gonna try to fly it again yet, but I want to get a Kerbal out and walk around it. Plus, I'm gonna have to take Delta to park here very, very quickly. Yeah, way to use your head, Bill. I guess it's not too bad, actually. Bill, you want to get off the chair? I guess it's not too bad. Maybe it's not as big as I thought. Still kind of big. Oh, they're not pretty dwarf like, they're exactly like, more or less. Right, they're exactly 1 meter tall. Half of its head. I mean, literally, their head is as big as the rest of their body. So that they're 1 meter tall, but their head is a half a meter. wow, and you actually boarded through there. Oh, by the way, this mod that allows me to do this is free IVA. And we're getting a bunch of errors, so KSP's probably due for a restart anyway, but I need to call it a day because I need to take the little four-legged terrorist to the park. All right, let me see where we're at with our ScanSat stuff from the moon. See if it's done yet. And then we'll call it a day. And tomorrow, by the way, is more Star. Tomorrow we're gonna be back to Star Citizen. I'm gonna warp to the morning, so the storm's gone. All right, there we go. All right, let's see where we're at. 64 is 69, or 65, 69. Yeah, so there's still. It takes a while to scan the moon. It's basically it takes it a month, a Kerbal month. To get around it because you know the moon isn't rotating very quickly. All right, so once again, this will be uploaded to YouTube. So if you are unfamiliar, yes, I have a YouTube channel, and I still need to start putting together a better late than never tutorial series for Kerbal, I guess. Yep, KSP is getting a little wonky there, and now it doesn't want to close, so it is definitely being weird. All right, but we do have a YouTube channel, which this will be loaded up. So if you've missed any of the episodes or want to know how we got to where we're at, you can see you can find all of the episodes there. This one will be uploaded tonight. Probably won't be available until tomorrow morning. But all the other episodes are there. Tomorrow we're back to Star Citizen because it is IAE 2955. Today is day 2. Tomorrow will be day 3. But we'll see the second manufacturer, which is Origin. I'm not really interested in that many Origin ships, really. But we'll still do Star Citizen anyway tomorrow, right? To kind of break up the whole like Kerbal thing. Social media stuff. If anybody needs it, there you go. Right, so that is Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, Blue Sky, Discord. And if you have not hit the follow button for me already, please do so now. Alpha Alpha Lima, thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. Holy crap, we're up to 50 subs. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. All right, but you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, wherever you might be. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Star Citizen, and we'll be back on Sunday for more Kerbal. But you guys stay dangerous, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you again.